Greetings, my friends, new and old. My name is Sage, and I am here to guide you through the history and lore behind the wizarding world. Feel free to get cozy and relax, or even fade into deep slumber as we dive into this video's theme, Unsolved Hogwarts Mysteries. The castle has stood for over 1,000 years, and yet it has never truly been understood. Even now, after generations of witches and wizards have passed through its halls, Hogwarts remains a place where certainty is rare, where knowledge is partial, and where answers often give way to deeper questions. This is not an accident, nor is it a failure of scholarship. It is instead a defining feature of the school itself. From the moment a student crosses the Black Lake and steps beneath the towering spires, they enter a structure that resists complete comprehension. Staircases rearrange themselves without warning. Doors lead somewhere different than they did the day before. Rooms appear only when they're needed, then vanish again as though they were never there at all. These phenomena are not glitches in the magic. They are expressions of it. Hogwarts was never meant to be static. Contemporary magical historians often point to early medieval spellcraft practices to explain this. During the Founders era, permanent structures were rarely enchanted to remain fixed in form. Instead, they were designed to respond to use belief and magical pressure over time. Surviving accounts from the 10th and 11th centuries describe castles and keeps that subtly altered layout as populations grew or declined, a technique later abandoned in favour of stability and predictability. Hogwarts stands as one of the last large-scale examples of this older architectural philosophy. Unlike most magical structures, which rely on carefully maintained wards and clearly documented enchantments, the castle was built during an era when magic was far less regulated and far more personal. The founders lived at a time when spells were often crafted by individuals rather than standardized across institutions. Much of what they created was bound not only to incantations and wand movements, but to intent, belief, and long-forgotten magical philosophies. Several surviving fragments of early magical theory suggest that spells of this kind were reinforced through communal reinforcement. The more a space was trusted to function, the more stable it became. Conversely, areas neglected or feared were prone to distortion. This framework offers one possible explanation for why some parts of Hogwarts feel unusually settled, while others remain volatile even after centuries of use. As a result, the castle is layered with enchantments that no longer have living authors. Some spells persist simply because they were designed to endure. Others continue because the castle itself has absorbed them, woven them into its stone and corridors in ways that defy modern magical theory. This is why even the most accomplished headmasters have admitted privately and publicly that there are parts of Hogwarts they do not fully understand. It is important to understand that the wizarding world does not view this uncertainty as a flaw. In fact, it is often treated as a quiet virtue. Hogwarts is not merely a place where magic is taught. It is a place where students learn how to live alongside the unknown. From the first lesson, where a charm behaves unpredictably, to the last days before graduation, when corridors still surprise them, students are subtly trained to accept that mastery does not require total control. This acceptance has consequences. Over the centuries, records have been lost, altered, or intentionally withheld. Some mysteries remain unsolved, not because answers are impossible, but because seeking them would risk destabilizing enchantments that continue to function as intended. In other cases, the truth has simply faded, carried away by time, war, and the quiet erosion of institutional memory. The founders themselves contributed to this legacy of ambiguity. While their broad philosophies are well documented, the specifics of their most powerful magic are not. Each brought a different understanding of magic into the castle, and rather than harmonizing these approaches into a single system, they allowed them to coexist. This created a school that is, at its core, a convergence of competing magical worldviews. As centuries passed, headmasters added their own layers. New wards were placed atop old ones. Forgotten rooms were sealed rather than dismantled. Dangerous artifacts were hidden instead of destroyed, either because their magic could not be undone, or because doing so might trigger consequences no one fully understood. Each generation made decisions with limited knowledge, inheriting mysteries they did not create and passing them forward unresolved. Students too have played a role. Curiosity is not discouraged at Hogwarts, it is quietly expected. For every officially documented discovery, there are dozens of near misses, whispered stories, and unexplained incidents that never reached parchment. A door that would not open again, a voice heard only once, a corridor that led somewhere impossible and was never found a second time. What emerges from all of this is a school that functions less like a building and more like a living archive of magical history. It remembers things its inhabitants do not. It preserves spells that no longer exist anywhere else, and it guards secrets not out of malice, but out of a deep-rooted magical instinct to protect itself and those within it. To explore the unsolved mysteries of Hogwarts, then, is not to hunt for neat answers. It is to move slowly through a landscape shaped by time, intention, and loss. It is to listen to what is known, acknowledge what is missing, and recognize that some questions persist because the castle itself is still asking them. What often goes unspoken is how early this lesson begins. First-year students arrive expecting structure, rules and certainty. Instead, they are met with polite inconsistency. A classroom that cannot be found twice in the same place. A professor who treats unpredictability as instruction rather than inconvenience. Over time, students stop resisting this instability and begin to move with it. In doing so, they absorb one of Hogwarts' oldest teachings, that magic is not a system to be conquered, but a relationship to be maintained. Long before Hogwarts became a school in the modern sense, it existed as an idea shaped by four very different minds. The founders are often spoken of as a unified group, their names recited together as though their vision was singular and complete, but the truth is quieter and more complicated. Hogwarts was not born finished. It was assembled slowly and deliberately through collaboration that was never entirely harmonious. Godric Gryffindor believed in courage above all else, but his understanding of bravery was not reckless. He valued action guided by conviction, and much of the magic attributed to him emphasized directness and transparency. His enchantments tended to reveal rather than conceal, to challenge rather than obscure. This is one reason why many of the castle's more open spaces, grand halls, wide staircases, places where voices carry, are believed to reflect Gryffindor's influence. Helga Hufflepuff approached magic with patience and care. Her spells favoured stability, nourishment, and endurance. Where others sought grand effects, she focused on longevity. Many historians believe that the castle's remarkable ability to sustain generations of students without magical decay owes a great deal to Hufflepuff's contributions. Yet frustratingly, little detail survives regarding the specific enchantments she placed. What remains are effects without instructions, magic that works flawlessly without anyone fully understanding why. Rowena Ravenclaw left behind perhaps the greatest imbalance between reputation and record. What little is known about her methods comes indirectly, through later Ravenclaw alumni and marginal references in early Hogwarts curricula. Ancient examination scrolls, preserved in fragments, suggest that Ravenclaw favoured adaptive testing rather than fixed evaluation. Questions were rumoured to change based on the student's reasoning process, rewarding not correct answers alone, but the path taken to reach them. This aligns with later descriptions of Ravenclaw magic as self-adjusting and resistant to brute force mastery. She is remembered as the most intellectually inclined of the founders, yet her personal writings are almost entirely absent from Hogwarts archives. Some scholars believe this was intentional. Ravenclaw was deeply concerned with the misuse of knowledge, and it is widely accepted that she encoded much of her magic into riddles, logic-based wards, and self-correcting enchantments designed to resist brute force understanding. Then there was Salazar Slytherin, whose legacy is the most openly contested. His ideological disagreements with the others are well known, but the full extent of his work at Hogwarts remains obscured. The Chamber of Secrets stands as the most dramatic example, yet it is unlikely to be the only one. Slytherin was a meticulous planner, and planners rarely build single contingencies. The absence of additional confirmed structures may say less about their existence and more about how successfully they were hidden. What is most striking about the founders' work is not what they created, but what they left unfinished. There are enchantments within Hogwarts that appear to reference conditions that never fully came to pass, wards that respond to threats no longer relevant, spaces that seem prepared for occupants who never arrived. These are not errors, they are artifacts of a future that was anticipated but never realised. The founders did not document everything. This was consistent with broader magical norms of the era. 10th and 11th century magical practitioners frequently relied on oral transmission, apprenticeship, and personal demonstration rather than written instruction. Surviving wizarding legal codes from this period reference spells that were considered too dangerous or too personal to be recorded, instead requiring direct tutelage. Hogwarts inherited this culture of selective documentation, embedding it into the school's earliest practices. In some cases, they could not. Spellcraft during their era often relied on personal magical signatures that could not be replicated by others. In other cases, they chose silence. Power, after all, does not require explanation to function. And when the founders eventually parted ways, emotionally, ideologically, and in at least one case physically, they took their deepest knowledge with them. This is the first great mystery of Hogwarts, not a single hidden room or lost artifact, but the simple fact that the castle was never meant to be fully understood by anyone who came after. It was designed to teach, to protect, and to endure, but not to explain itself. And in that decision, made over 1,000 years ago, lies the root of nearly every unanswered question that still echoes through its halls. What survives of the founders' collaboration suggests that disagreement was not merely tolerated, but embedded. Early magical correspondence attributed to the founders' contemporaries describes Hogwarts not as a monument to consensus, but as a negotiated space. Each founder accepted that their ideals would not fully prevail, and instead focused on ensuring that no single philosophy could dominate the institution entirely. This balance created productive friction, a condition that continues to manifest in the castle's contradictory yet functional nature. Their enchantments overlap without fully resolving into a single philosophy. Courage does not override caution. Knowledge does not eclipse empathy. Ambition does not fully suppress restraint. These tensions remain active within the castle, surfacing whenever its magic behaves in ways that seem contradictory rather than consistent. Of all the secrets Hogwarts has kept, none has captured the imagination quite like the Chamber of Secrets. Its discovery in the 20th century gave the wizarding world the illusion that a long-standing mystery had finally been solved. A hidden chamber, a sleeping monster, a forgotten heir. The story appeared complete, and yet, like many things at Hogwarts, the truth is less settled than it seems. What was uncovered beneath the castle answered only the most immediate questions. Yes, Salazar Slytherin had built a concealed chamber. Yes, he had placed a basilisk within it. Yes, it was intended to be opened by a parcel-mouthed descendant. These facts are now firmly established, but what remains unexplored is the architecture of the chamber itself and what its continued existence suggests about Slytherin's broader intentions. The Chamber of Secrets is not simply a room hidden behind stone. Comparative analysis with other known Founder-era constructions suggests that Slytherin employed layered concealment techniques common in early, dark-aligned architecture. Such structures were often designed to appear singular, while masking secondary magical frameworks beneath primary spaces. This method reduced the risk of total compromise if a chamber were discovered, preserving deeper enchantments even after surface exposure. It is an environment designed to endure indefinitely. The basilisk survived for centuries without traditional sustenance. The chamber's magic maintained air, space, and structural stability without external maintenance. This alone places it among the most advanced feats of magical engineering ever recorded, rivaling enchantments that modern wizarding society can barely replicate. More curious still is how isolated the chamber appears to be. There are no confirmed records of secondary exits, subsidiary chambers, or auxiliary corridors. For a wizard as methodical as Slytherin, this simplicity is unusual. It raises the possibility that what was discovered was not the entirety of the structure, but only the portion meant to be found. Ancient magical architecture often relies on misdirection rather than concealment, offering a complete seeming space that distracts from deeper layers beyond it. There is also the question of why the chamber was placed where it was. Hogwarts plumbing did not exist at the time of its construction, yet the entrance was later concealed within it with uncanny compatibility. This suggests that the castle itself adapted around the chamber, reshaping future renovations to accommodate something already present. Such responsiveness implies a level of integration between Slytherin's magic and the castle's evolving structure that goes far beyond simple concealment. The basilisk, too, invites further questions. Its obedience to Parseltongue is well known, but its long dormancy is harder to explain. Basilisks are not passive creatures. That it remained inert for centuries suggests that it was bound by conditional magic, perhaps tied to specific thresholds being met rather than a simple command. The nature of those conditions has never been fully analysed, nor has it been conclusively proven that the basilisk was the only entity ever bound to the chamber. Then there is the matter of what was not present: no personal effects, no writings, no secondary enchantments that might explain Slytherin's thinking in his own words. The chamber contains function, but no narrative. This absence feels deliberate, Slytherin did not leave a manifesto, he left a mechanism. In the years following the chamber's exposure, there was a quiet reluctance to investigate further. The immediate danger had been neutralised. The basilisk was destroyed. The entrance was known. And yet, deeper study was limited. Perhaps this was caution, or perhaps it was an unspoken recognition that probing too deeply into Founder-era magic carries risks that even Hogwarts is unwilling to accept. The Chamber of Secrets, then, remains unresolved not because it is unknown, but because it is incomplete. What was found answered one question, while raising many others, and like so many aspects of Hogwarts, it stands as a reminder that discovery does not always equal understanding. What is easy to overlook is how rarely Hogwarts forces confrontation with these questions. The castle does not trap students until they understand it. It allows confusion to exist alongside progress. Exams are taken, skills are mastered, and lives move forward even while certain uncertainties remain unresolved. This coexistence subtly reshapes expectations, teaching that completeness is not a prerequisite for competence. In the years since the chamber's opening, scholars have noted subtle shifts in the castle's behaviour around that location. Corridors nearby exhibit increased instability. Magical readings fluctuate without clear cause. While no danger has been identified, these changes suggest that even resolved mysteries leave behind consequences. Hogwarts remembers when something fundamental has been altered, even if the threat itself is gone. To walk through Hogwarts is to accept that space behaves differently there. Corridors stretch or shorten without warning. Staircases lead somewhere new on days when no one is looking. Doors that once opened easily may refuse to budge, while others appear where no doorway stood before. Students learn quickly that memorizing the castle is an exercise in patience rather than certainty. Orientation materials distributed to first-year students once attempted to impose greater structural clarity, including simplified maps and fixed routing guidance. These efforts were quietly abandoned after repeated inconsistencies rendered them unreliable. Faculty notes from the period indicate a shift in philosophy. Rather than correcting the castle's behaviour, educators began treating spatial uncertainty as a developmental tool, allowing students to cultivate adaptability and situational awareness. These shifting qualities are often spoken of with fond amusement, but they represent one of the castle's most persistent, unsolved mysteries. Hogwarts does not merely contain moving parts. It behaves as though it is constantly re-evaluating itself. The question is why? The moving staircases are the most visible example, yet they are far from the most complex. Entire wings of the castle have been documented as inaccessible for decades at a time. Towers referenced in early records no longer correspond to any known location. There are floors that appear on architectural diagrams but cannot be reached by any existing route. These are not illusions, they are absences. Magical buildings are typically designed around fixed anchors, ley lines, wards, or runic foundations that dictate structure. Hogwarts appears to operate on something far more fluid. Some scholars have proposed that the castle is bound to intent rather than geography, reshaping itself according to patterns of use, emotional resonance, or need. This would explain why certain rooms emerge during moments of crisis, while others quietly retreat when their purpose has passed. The Room of Requirement is the clearest manifestation of this behaviour, but it is unlikely to be unique. Arithmetic analyses conducted in the late 19th century attempted to map the probability patterns associated with the room's appearance. While the findings were never formally published, secondary references suggest that the room responds not to spoken desire alone, but to sustained cognitive focus combined with emotional urgency. This places it in a category of magic that reacts to internal states rather than external commands, a classification supported by broader Wizarding World research into intent-based spellcraft. It may simply be the most accessible expression of a broader architectural philosophy embedded into the castle. If so, then Hogwarts is not responding to individual requests alone, but to collective patterns over time. There are also spaces that appear to resist discovery entirely. Sealed corridors that cannot be breached by spell or force. Doors that vanish once noticed. Passages mentioned only once in student accounts, never corroborated by others. These reports are often dismissed as exaggeration or misremembering, yet their consistency across centuries suggests something more deliberate. One particularly enduring mystery involves rooms that appear fully furnished yet unused, as though prepared for occupants who never arrived. Beds remain untouched. Desks bear no markings. Fires are cold, but recently so. These spaces do not feel abandoned. They feel paused. Why such rooms exist is unknown. They may be remnants of plans that were never realised, spaces created in anticipation of roles Hogwarts no longer needs. Or they may be reserves, held in readiness for circumstances that have not yet occurred. The castle does not explain itself, and no enchantment has ever compelled it to do so. Attempts to impose such explanations have been recorded, though seldom discussed. Experimental diagnostic spells have produced inconsistent results, sometimes contradicting themselves within minutes. In rare cases, these spells ceased functioning entirely when applied to specific sections of the castle, as though Hogwarts were rejecting the premise of examination itself. Such outcomes discouraged further inquiry, reinforcing the understanding that some structures resist interpretation by design. Headmasters have historically avoided extensive interference with these architectural anomalies. Altering or stabilizing them risks unintended consequences. The castle's adaptability may be what allows it to endure disasters that would cripple lesser institutions. To fix it in place might be to break something essential. And so the spaces of Hogwarts continue to shift, revealing and concealing in equal measure. They remind every student and professor that the castle is not merely a container for magic. It is a participant in it, quietly rearranging its halls in ways no map can fully capture. Over time, this realization changes how people move through the space. Older students stop relying on shortcuts and instead develop an instinctive awareness of when a route will cooperate and when it will resist. Professors learn to schedule lessons with a margin for disappearance. Even ghosts adjust their routes, drifting along paths that feel stable rather than strictly logical. The castle teaches adaptation through repetition, encouraging intuition over memorization. Hogwarts is not only inhabited by the living, its halls are shared with echoes, ghosts who drift through walls, portraits that speak from their frames, and memories that persist in forms that are neither fully alive nor entirely gone. These presences are often treated as familiar fixtures of castle life, yet they raise questions that have never been satisfactorily answered. Take the ghosts first. Nearly all of them are former students or staff, bound to the castle by unfinished business, fear of death, or an inability to let go. But this explanation, while comforting, is incomplete. Not every witch or wizard who dies at Hogwarts becomes a ghost, not even close. The criteria by which some remain and others pass on is not understood, and the ghosts themselves offer only partial insight. Their memories are fragmented, their emotions dulled. They recall events, but not always motives. The Bloody Baron, Helena Ravenclaw, Nearly Headless Nick, all are tied to specific moments of regret or longing. Ministry studies of hauntings connected to historically significant magical sites suggest that location plays a critical role in ghost persistence. Ghosts bound to areas of sustained magical activity exhibit greater coherence and longevity. Hogwarts, saturated with spellwork for over 1,000 years, would therefore act as an unusually strong anchor, reinforcing the theory that the castle itself contributes to the continued presence of certain spirits. Yet their continued presence over centuries suggests a sustaining force beyond personal attachment. Some scholars have proposed that Hogwarts itself anchors certain spirits, preserving them as living records of its own history. If so, the ghosts may be less individuals lingering by choice, and more custodians of memory, held in place by enchantments no longer consciously maintained. Portraits complicate this picture further. Unlike ghosts, portraits are not the souls of the dead, but magical imprints, animated reflections shaped by the subject's personality and the skill of the artist. And yet, they learn, they adapt, they carry out tasks across generations. Some even appear to possess knowledge their subjects could not have known at the time of death. This raises an unsettling possibility that certain portraits function as conduits rather than recordings, that they draw information from the castle itself, supplementing what was originally placed within them. The headmaster's portraits, in particular, display a continuity of awareness that borders on collective intelligence, advising successors with a confidence that suggests more than simple recollection. There are also notable absences. Founders' portraits exist, yet they are strangely limited in what they offer. They speak in generalities. They avoid specifics. They do not clarify disputed history. Whether this is due to intentional restraint or structural limitation remains unknown. Even memories preserved magically through devices like pensives are not immune to distortion. They capture perception, not objective truth. And when memories are altered, removed, or suppressed, the gaps they leave behind can be as influential as the events themselves. Hogwarts has been the site of countless memory modifications, many of them undocumented. What lingers in the castle's magical residue may not align cleanly with what survives in official records. Together, ghosts, portraits, and memories form a secondary layer of Hogwarts history, one that exists alongside written accounts, but does not always agree with them. They whisper rather than declare. They hint rather than explain. This indirectness can be deeply unsettling for those who seek certainty. Researchers accustomed to clear causality find themselves stalled by contradictions. A ghost may recall an event accurately, but misunderstand its significance. A portrait may offer guidance while omitting context. In each case, the listener must decide how much trust to place in a voice that remembers without fully comprehending. Hogwarts does not resolve these tensions, it preserves them, and perhaps that is their purpose, to remind those who walk the corridors that history is not a single, stable narrative, but a collection of impressions, shaped as much by what is forgotten as by what is remembered. Not all mysteries at Hogwarts take the form of hidden rooms or lingering spirits. Some exist quietly on shelves, that are no longer full, in catalogues that reference books no one can find, and in lessons that gesture toward knowledge without ever fully naming it. These are the mysteries of what has been deliberately removed. The Hogwarts Library is often described as one of the most comprehensive magical collections in the world, yet even its most devoted caretakers acknowledge that it is incomplete. Volumes have vanished over the centuries, sometimes confiscated, sometimes destroyed, and sometimes lost without record. What remains are gaps, citations in other texts that lead nowhere, footnotes referencing spells that are no longer taught, and marginalia that hint at practices deemed too dangerous to survive intact. The restricted section itself is evidence of this process. Archived ministry correspondence from the 17th and 18th centuries references repeated negotiations with Hogwarts over the classification of dangerous magical texts. These documents indicate that the school was frequently granted exceptional autonomy in determining which knowledge should be restricted or removed entirely, reflecting a long-standing institutional trust in Hogwarts' internal governance. It exists not to preserve all knowledge, but to filter it. And even within it, there are absences. Certain books are known to have been removed entirely, their contents judged irredeemable, even for supervised study. In many cases, the reasons for their removal were never formally documented, leaving later generations to infer their danger from silence alone. Some removals were reactive, following major magical incidents, particularly those involving experimental charms or unstable transfiguration. Hogwarts convened internal review councils composed of senior staff and external consultants. Surviving minutes from these councils indicate that decisions to remove or suppress knowledge were often unanimous, driven by first-hand exposure to consequences rather than abstract fear. In this sense, omission became a record of experience rather than censorship alone. Following magical catastrophes, wars, or failed experiments, texts connected to those events were quietly withdrawn. Others appear preventative. Spells that alter identity, manipulate reality, or bypass foundational magical constraints have a tendency to disappear shortly after their discovery. This pattern suggests an institutional memory shaped by hard-earned caution. There are also cases where knowledge was not removed, but fragmented. Spell fragmentation appears in several surviving early modern grimoires, where instructions are intentionally divided across unrelated texts or encoded within metaphor. Magical historians note that this technique served as a safeguard, ensuring that only practitioners with patience, contextual understanding, and ethical grounding could reconstruct the full working. Hogwarts' adoption of similar fragmentation practices reflects continuity rather than innovation. Instructions divided across multiple volumes, key components encoded in riddles or archaic dialects. In these instances, the danger was not eliminated but slowed. Understanding became difficult enough to deter casual misuse, while remaining technically accessible to those determined to reconstruct it. What complicates matters further is the role of headmasters in shaping what survives. Each brought personal judgment to decisions about preservation. Albus Dumbledore, in particular, was known to remove texts he believed posed an unacceptable risk, even when their historical value was significant. His choices were rarely overturned, and the reasoning behind them often died with him. The result is a curriculum shaped as much by omission as by inclusion. Students are taught spells that are safe, repeatable, and well understood. They are warned of magic that exists but is not shown, and they are rarely told what was once known but but is no longer permitted to be remembered. In this way, Hogwarts teaches restraint alongside power. The absence of certain knowledge becomes a lesson in itself, a reminder that not every question needs to be answered, and not every answer deserves to endure. For students drawn to research and theory, this can be one of the most difficult lessons to accept. Curiosity is encouraged, yet boundaries are firm. There are spells they're told exist, but will never be shown. There are historical events referenced obliquely, stripped of detail. Over time, many come to understand that the limits are not arbitrary. They are the accumulated result of centuries of trial, error, and consequence. Over the centuries, thousands of students have passed through Hogwarts, their names carefully recorded, their houses assigned, their achievements noted, and yet, woven quietly through these records, are inconsistencies, names that appear only once, stories that end abruptly, and incidents that were never fully explained. Most students leave Hogwarts with their futures intact. They graduate, move on, and become part of the wider wizarding world. But a small number do not fit this pattern. There are cases of students who vanish from the castle without trace, their belongings left behind, their dormitory beds remaining empty long after term resumed. In some instances, official explanations were offered. In others, there was only silence. It is tempting to assume that such disappearances were the result of external interference or deliberate wrongdoing. Sometimes this was true, but there are records suggesting more ambiguous outcomes. Students who were found, but altered in ways that defied easy categorization. Magical signatures that changed permanently. Personalities that shifted so dramatically they were no longer recognized by friends. Hogwarts has always been a place where powerful magic is practiced by those still learning to control it. Accidents are inevitable. What is less clear is how many of those accidents were quietly contained other than publicly addressed. Healing magic has limits, particularly when magic reshapes identity rather than injuring the body. There are also cases where records appear to have been deliberately amended, names struck through rather than erased, house affiliations missing, years attended left vague. These gaps suggest intervention, either to protect privacy or to prevent knowledge of an incident from spreading. Ministry oversight records from the early 20th century reveal that Hogwarts was periodically audited following unexplained student incidents. In multiple cases, investigators deferred to the school's internal resolutions, citing the complexity of the magic involved and the potential risk of broader exposure. This deference reinforces the pattern of institutional containment rather than public disclosure. Some theories propose that certain students encountered areas of the castle never meant for them, spaces that respond unpredictably to untrained magic. Others suggest exposure to artifacts or spells that were never meant to be handled outside controlled conditions. In rare cases, time itself may have played a role, leaving students displaced rather than destroyed. What is consistent across these accounts is the response. Hogwarts rarely dramatizes its losses. The institution absorbs them, reshaping schedules, reassigning dormitories, and continuing forward. Administrative ledgers from multiple centuries demonstrate remarkable procedural continuity following unexplained incidents. Term calendars resume with minimal alteration, suggesting that normalization is an intentional response rather than indifference. By restoring routine quickly, Hogwarts reduces the long-term psychological impact of disruption on its student body. This is not callousness, but continuity. The school prioritizes stability, even when answers are incomplete. For the students who noticed these absences, the effect lingered. Empty seats in the Great Hall, names no longer spoken, questions discouraged rather than answered. In this way, the mysteries of Hogwarts are not confined to its walls. They follow those who leave, shaping their understanding of magic as something both wondrous and quietly unforgiving. Former students often speak of a subtle shift that occurs years after graduation. Incidents that once felt merely strange acquire weight in retrospect. A classmate who vanished from memory, a lesson that was never completed, a warning delivered without explanation. Distance lends perspective, and with it, a recognition that Hogwarts was preparing them not just for magical practice, but for a world where certainty is rare and responsibility is constant. Beyond its classrooms and corridors, Hogwarts shelters a population that most students never fully see. Magical creatures move through the castle on paths that rarely intersect with lessons or schedules, their presence acknowledged only when absolutely necessary. Some are well known, others are spoken of only in passing, if at all. House elves are the most visible of these inhabitants, yet even they remain poorly understood. They appear to move freely through parts of the castle that witches and wizards cannot access, bound by enchantments that seem older than the school itself. Their knowledge of Hogwarts' inner workings surpasses that of any map or spell, yet they share it selectively, guided by customs no headmaster has ever fully documented. Then there are the creatures that predate the school. The forest adjacent to Hogwarts is ancient, its boundaries shaped but not fully controlled by the castle's wards. Centaurs, acromantulas, and other beings reside there by long-standing arrangement rather than strict governance. The exact terms of these arrangements are not preserved in any surviving charter, leaving questions about what was promised and what was deliberately left undefined. Within the castle itself, there have been persistent reports of entities that do not align neatly with known classifications. Shadows that move independently of light, sounds that suggest presence without form, magical readings that indicate activity where no spell or creature can be identified. These phenomena are typically logged, briefly investigated, and then set aside when no immediate threat is detected. Some scholars believe these are remnants of incomplete enchantments, magical constructs that lost their original purpose but continue to function in distorted ways. Others suggest they are byproducts of centuries of spellcasting in a confined space, accumulations of residual magic that have taken on quasi-autonomous behaviour. What complicates matters is Hogwarts' apparent tolerance of these presences. The castle does not purge them. Wards adjust around them rather than expelling them. This suggests recognition rather than oversight, as though these entities serve a role that is no longer consciously understood. Students occasionally encounter evidence of this hidden population in subtle ways. Ethnographic interviews conducted with former Hogwarts students in the late 20th century reveal strikingly similar accounts across houses and decades. Many describe moments of unexplained assistance or redirection during periods of stress, suggesting that these unseen presences may function as informal stabilizers within the castle's ecosystem rather than passive anomalies, objects that are returned after being misplaced in impossible locations. Doors that open without visible cause, warnings delivered indirectly, through instinct rather than instruction. These moments are fleeting, easy to dismiss, yet remarkably consistent across generations. Hogwarts has always balanced coexistence over control. This approach aligns with early wizarding treaties governing magical beings, many of which predate the Ministry of Magic itself. Hogwarts' long-standing agreements with centaurs and other sentient beings reflect a legal and ethical framework rooted in mutual recognition rather than enforcement. These frameworks, though rarely taught explicitly, continue to shape how the castle manages its non-human inhabitants. Its relationship with the creatures within and beneath it reflects a philosophy rooted in accommodation rather than domination. The mysteries that result from this choice are not accidents. They are the cost of sharing space with magic that refuses to be fully categorized. This principle extends even to how danger is managed. Rather than eliminating every risk, Hogwarts appears to modulate exposure. Students are warned, supervised, and guided, but not entirely shielded. The castle allows encounters that teach caution without catastrophe, reinforcing a form of experiential wisdom that cannot be conveyed through theory alone. What is rarely acknowledged is how intentional this coexistence appears to be. At multiple points in the castle's history, opportunities arose to impose stricter control over its non-human inhabitants. Each time restraint prevailed. The decision to coexist rather than dominate reflects a philosophy embedded deep within Hogwarts' foundations. That stability, achieved through suppression, is fragile, while stability, achieved through balance, endures. Every era of Hogwarts has been shaped by the person who occupied the headmaster's office. While the position is often associated with leadership and pedagogy, its quieter function is custodianship. Headmasters inherit not only a school, but a burden of knowledge that is rarely passed on in full. Certain truths about Hogwarts are shared only when absolutely necessary. Others are withheld indefinitely, preserved through silence rather than spell work. This tradition did not begin with modern headmasters. It can be traced back through centuries of leadership, each choosing what to confront and what to leave undisturbed. Some secrets are practical, dangerous artifacts stored rather than destroyed, locations sealed rather than dismantled, spells allowed to persist because undoing them would destabilize other enchantments layered above. These decisions are often made under imperfect conditions, with limited time and incomplete information. Other secrets are moral, choices made during war, compromises struck to protect students, lives saved at the cost of truths buried. Hogwarts has been a refuge during conflict, but refuge requires discretion. Not every action taken in its defence could withstand scrutiny in calmer times. Albus Dumbledore is the most frequently cited example of this philosophy, though he was hardly unique. He believed deeply in preparation through understanding, yet he also accepted that some knowledge causes harm simply by existing. His removal of certain texts, his reluctance to explain specific events, and his habit of allowing mysteries to persist were not signs of neglect, but of calculated restraint. Earlier headmasters operated under similar constraints. Records from the 18th and 19th centuries reference incidents that were resolved internally, never reaching the Ministry of Magic. In some cases, these incidents involved magic that the Ministry itself was not equipped to regulate. Hogwarts handled them alone, and then quietly moved on. The headmaster's office itself reflects this accumulation of hidden history, objects of unclear origin, portraits that fall silent when certain topics arise, cabinets sealed by enchantments that resist identification. The room is not merely an office, but a repository of unresolved decisions. Those few who have spent extended time within it describe a sense of accumulated gravity. objects seem to carry expectation as much as enchantment. Some drawers resist opening without force or permission. Others open too easily, revealing contents whose purpose is not immediately clear. The office reflects its occupant, but it also subtly reshapes them, reinforcing the understanding that leadership at Hogwarts is inseparable from discretion. What remains unknown is how much has been lost simply because there was no one left to ask. When a headmaster dies without passing on specific knowledge, that knowledge often dies with them. There is no comprehensive archive of secrets, no master record of what has been intentionally forgotten. In this way, Hogwarts persists not as a fully transparent institution, but as one shaped by selective memory. The choices made behind closed doors echo outward, influencing generations who may never know the reasons why certain questions were never answered. Historical analysis of headmaster tenures shows that secrecy at Hogwarts follows identifiable cycles. Periods of openness often follow eras of crisis, while restraint increases after near-catastrophic events. This pattern suggests an adaptive governance model, one that learns not only from success, but from proximity to failure. After centuries of questions, partial answers, and carefully maintained silences, what remains most striking about Hogwarts is not the number of mysteries it contains, but how seamlessly they coexist with daily life. This coexistence is not passive. It is rehearsed, reinforced, and renewed with every school year. Students arrive carrying expectations shaped by books and stories, only to discover that the castle does not perform clarity on demand. Instead, it offers continuity. Meals are served at regular hours. Classes begin and end. Seasons pass. Within this steady rhythm, uncertainty becomes less disruptive, settling into the background, like weather rather than threat. Lessons continue. Feasts are held. Students laugh in corridors that have witnessed events no one fully remembers. The castle endures, carrying its unanswered questions without disruption. This endurance has been cited in ministry educational assessments as a primary reason Hogwarts remains the central magical school in Britain, despite repeated crises. Reports emphasise not the absence of danger, but the institution's capacity to absorb disruption without collapse. Mystery, in this framework, is treated as structural resilience rather than failure. Some mysteries persist because their answers no longer exist. The witches and wizards who knew them are gone, their spells absorbed into stone, their intentions blurred by time. In these cases, resolution is not withheld, it is simply unreachable. Hogwarts accepts this loss without resistance, functioning not as a museum of perfect knowledge, but as a living institution shaped by what has faded as much as by what remains. Other mysteries endure because answering them would change the castle in ways that may not be survivable. Certain enchantments rely on balance rather than clarity. Disturbing them risks unravelling protections that have quietly done their work for hundreds of years. In these instances, ignorance is not a weakness but a form of stewardship. There are also questions that remain unanswered by choice. Decisions made by founders, headmasters, and caretakers to preserve ambiguity rather than impose certainty. These choices reflect a deeper understanding of magic as something that does not always benefit from explanation. Some forces lose stability when dissected too thoroughly. Some truths invite misuse simply by being named. Taken together, these layers of uncertainty form the character of Hogwarts itself. The castle teaches not only spells and theory, but humility. Educational theorists within the wizarding world have repeatedly cited Hogwarts as an example of epistemic restraint in practice. Rather than positioning knowledge as something to be fully possessed, the school frames it as something to be approached carefully with awareness of consequence. This philosophy distinguishes Hogwarts from institutions that prioritize mastery without moderation and may explain its long-term stability. It reminds those within its walls that mastery does not require omniscience, and that wisdom often lies in recognizing the limits of understanding. Students leave Hogwarts changed, not because every question has been answered, but because they have learned to move forward without answers. This lesson often reveals itself gradually. Years later, former students find themselves facing problems that resist clean solutions. They recognize the feeling, the quiet discomfort of incomplete information, the need to act responsibly without total certainty. In these moments, Hogwarts' influence resurfaces, not as a memory of spells learned, but as a way of thinking shaped by long exposure to ambiguity. They carry this lesson into the wider wizarding world, where uncertainty is just as present and just as necessary. And so the mysteries of Hogwarts remain, not as failures to be corrected, but as quiet companions to learning. They linger in moving staircases and sealed doors, in portraits that watch without explaining, in spaces that exist only when needed. Over time, these elements become familiar rather than frightening. Alumni often describe a subtle affection for the very uncertainties that once unsettled them, recognizing in retrospect that those ambiguities fostered resilience, patience, and perspective. The mysteries of Hogwarts, then, are not obstacles to education, but instruments of it. They are part of what makes the castle endure. As we approach the end of this story, you may find yourself dozing off to sleep or becoming dreary-eyed, or maybe you're already asleep. In either case, it is time for me to fade away and let the dreams take it from here. Have a good night and enjoy some crackles from the fireplace to help you drift further into your deep slumber.